All ready to go? Morena, folks, and welcome to the Risk and Assurance Committee meeting for 12th of June. I'd like to welcome the Mayor, councillors, staff and the public to this meeting, and I'd like to ask Councillor O'Brien if he would please open our meeting with a karakia.
Morena tata, mahi whakatimata. Tira ki anui tata, katagata hau ki te uru, whakatagata hau ki te tonga. Ia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ana te ata akura, he tio, he huka, he hau ti hei mauri ora. Kia ora.
Thank you too. Well, we're live streaming just to give you some notices in terms of the council and the standing committee. These meetings are live streamed on the council's website and on your YouTube channel. Public gallery attendees, your presence implies that your consent to being broadcast. The further information about the live streaming, recording and protocols can be found on the council's website. Health and safety, just in case of an emergency, please follow the building wardens to the nearest exit. The meeting point is just across the road at Peace Park, and bathroom facilities are located opposite the Chambers foyer entrance. And other, I'm advising the meeting that the risk and assurance action items will be tabled and discussed during the confirmation of the minutes section of the meeting. And secondly, I think Emmeline, we will probably have you will be introducing the new health and safety person. That's Dickie de Klerk. Perhaps you'd like to introduce Dickie to the committee now.
Thank you, Chair. This is Dickie de Klerk. He's just joined us as our Health and Safety Manager. You'll be seeing a lot of Dickie over the coming years. Dickie's got quite a long and illustrious career, first of all in teaching and then more lately in health and safety. He's largely come from the private sector with a huge focus on compliance, which is a really good thing for us. Dickie loves barbecuing. As you'll guess by his name, he's from South Africa, and he's married to Linda de Klerk. You know Linda, she's in the events team. So, would you like to add anything, Dickie?
I think you've covered it all, but I'm looking forward to the journey. And good morning, everyone, and good to be here. Thank you.
Well, welcome, Dickie, and I don't think I've ever met a South African that isn't capable of barbecuing. Lovely. Thanks very much. Moving to apologies. No, we have no apologies apart from the Chief Executive who was down Wellington today, I think dealing with 3 water issues. So good luck to Steve on that. There are no acknowledgements or tributes. Conflicts of interest. Do any members have any conflicts of interest to declare? If you can think through when at the time that we might be having conversations both in the public and in the public excluded, please let me know if anything comes up on that area. There is no public participation section today, so we'll move to item 6 on the agenda, confirmation of minutes. And of course the review of those action items. Bevan, if I could ask you to run through the if I can please ask you to run through the action items. We'll do those all together and then consider the minutes.
Morena tātou. So we have a number of action items on the public agenda. So one was in relation to a question that was raised around risk 6, which is, if you look through, it's part of our IT security. So there is some information that the committee requested. I'm working with Brian Elliott to prepare that information for presentation. Given the risks is around IT security, we'll probably bring that back through public excluded rather than public. Next item was airport annual report update. That's a bit of a standing action item at the moment, given we're still working through the process of finalising that. I was meant to spend half the day with Audit earlier this week, working through that and trying to finalise it. Unfortunately, Anton has been quite unwell for the last couple of weeks. You might see a bit of that on the screen today when he presents his report. So we're reconvening, hopefully next week, to try and push that through. Civic Centre building certification status. The property team and building team are working through that one. And then you've got a couple of items around emergency powers and emergency response. Those were discussed at the last committee meeting, and in the new triennium, elected members will be briefed on the emergency management requirements and responsibilities. And the last one was around providing further information on cyber insurance. I have the policy here if there are any specific questions in relation to it. We also have a bit of a section in the Risk and Assurance Update report that talks a bit about it as well.
Thanks, Bevan. Are there any corrections to the minutes that any members would like to? Yes.
I've got a question from the actions.
To the actions,
Is
no
that all
problem.
right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, please. Thank
Thank you, Mr.
Leslie.
Chair. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, Tiki. Bevan, I just wanted to know the code of compliance for the Civic Centre. Like, what is the problem with that? Like, we've been in here, 18 months? Like, you're saying it's progressing, but what's the barrier?
Yeah, so it relates to the heating system in the building, and relies, we need a building warrant of fitness each year that checks that heating system. At the moment, it's not functioning perfectly across the building, and there's been some physical works that have had to be done to correct particular locations, and there's still one outstanding area that needs to be fixed. So once that's done, then the CCC can be issued. So it's about meeting the specification for the heating system that was designed for the building.
Okay, just a supplementary. Do we tick box ourselves, or does that get peer reviewed by another person that does compliance?
I think for our heating system, I think that would just be ourselves. It's a specification and it's either met or it's not. So, yep. So it's an internal staff member who's working with another staff member at the moment on fixing the issue.
Okay, thank you. And I have another question, just on the digital connectivity one. I think we were heading, like, just to say that will be updated in the new training. What I think we were asking there is, are we prepared if our digital connectivity goes out? So it was two things: what's our digital connectivity plan, and what is our response if the towers go down? So I think it's outside scope of just updating us in the new training. So work towards that.
Yeah, I think I think Lainey briefly talked to it in the last meeting. We do have options that are not fibre, so we've got wireless connectivity, and we've got a number of connections that are through Starlink now. So there are digital connectivity options available to us, and I think from an emergency management perspective, you'll see more of that satellite type connectivity.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other points around the action sheet? Yes, Councillor Puller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bevan, you talk about emergency management there, and I just wondered, are you putting some thinking around evacuation of the town, where we actually have a plan to do that?
I can't really speak to emergency management, but I expect that's probably what will come in with the new training, and that, or Lainey could potentially talk to that one.
Sorry, we've just got something urgent going on. I'm a bit in and out. And sorry, I'm not very well, which is why I'm sitting at the back of the room. Can you just repeat the question, please?
We've talked about evacuation of the town and surrounding areas to prevent the shambles that we had in the tsunami warning, and I just wondered whether that you had some thinking around that as part of this briefing thing, because it doesn't want to sort of fall off the radar, really.
Yes, thank you. So through the chair, our team are working really closely with Emergency Management Bay of Plenty on tsunami evacuation planning, and we've actually we've just received some funding for a new campaign around directional signage and instruction for the communities, which is great news. We haven't sort of released that publicly yet, but I am able to tell you that here in that forum. The evacuation planning work is well underway with different parts of our communities, including the township. That workshop that we're planning to do in November with the new council will include an update on all of that work and your responsibilities within that, and the backup power and internet generation through the satellite system that we've recently acquired through Starlink. So there's multiple components of that workshop, and it will be a big piece of work because it does include those emergency powers that I know were on the action register from last time. So essentially, it's all happening in the background. The evacuation planning, we know that it is a critical priority for council, and we know that there's work to do so that we're well prepared. We meet regularly with MBOP. We have monthly meetings. Tsunami evacuation is always on that agenda, and we're well underway with getting those plans back to you.
Thank you, Lenny. I might just ask one question on that. Will that, in November, that workshop, will there be some continuity in relation to Tauranga, Western Bay, Apotiki and Kawerau, in the sense that, you know, that we all have to be pretty much singing off the same song sheet in relation to BOP? Is that part of that? Is that part of a plan in terms of the what's going to be presented to council?
Yes, and I can't promise that they'll all do exactly the same thing, because each emergency management team does have a slightly different way of interacting with their council. However, what I can say is we all work through that group structure. Mm-hmm. So there's very, very clear pathways for different levels of events and which group or which council takes responsibility for how they manage the event, but they're all channels up through the guidelines and frameworks that are provided to us through that Bay of Plenty CDEM group. So there will be consistency across that.
Mr. Chair, I was more alluding to movement in the site Pacific in town as to where traffic flows, which is absolutely important to try and get that in. It sounds like Laney and her team are doing that. So,
thank you. Andrew?
With your indulgence, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday at the pre-agenda for the Living Together Committee, I brought up the fact that I would actually request a report coming to one of the next couple of committee meetings about the state of the Whakatane evacuation plan specifically. I know that Edgecombe, Thornton, Maratā, Waiho and a few other places have already done theirs. Mm-hmm. And I asked 2 years ago for one to be presented here and it got fobbed off. And so I'm really hot on this because my concern is that in some of the arguments for a second bridge, and I'm not going down there at the moment whether it's valid or not, but they're talking about the need to evacuate the town. And really in an emergency, you do not want people crossing the major rivers. As we've seen by the storm the other night, our rivers peak with just a good rainstorm. So if you have a tsunami going the other way, it's going to be quite devastating for people crossing bridges. And so I had a meeting afterwards. I was approached by Alexandra and Nicholas to have a bit of a chat about that and talking about bringing it to the next EENR meeting about where we're at as where we're at the moment with that evacuation plan. And so I know you weren't in the building yesterday, Laney, but maybe you might catch up with them. But to leave it to the next triennium, we just keep putting it off. I think
Sorry, I'm going to probably have to just close off there, Gavin. I think if you have some conversations offline in relation to that, that would be fine. Right, could I ask, have there been any corrections to the minutes? Look, I'll call for a mover and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor James. Thank you, Councillor Zusiani, independent member Luciani. And I'll put the motion that public minutes of the Risk and Assurance Committee held on the 27th of March 2025 be confirmed as a true and correct record. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Move to item 7, reports. Pretty chunky one. First off, the CAB, which entails a number of different things, risk and assurance, the update report, a number of items in there. Bevan, you'll be running us through with that.
Yep. Morena Tato again. So I'll take the report and the appendices as read, but I'll work through the report at a high level. So first up, we've got the work program for the remainder of this triennium. I had intended on bringing the sensitive expenditure policy to the committee for review, but we are working through that with the policy team to just put some finalised touches on it, and as a result of trying to make it more of an umbrella type policy, we need to have some work plans around creating some other guidelines, etc. So that will come to the September meeting, and it may impact on the Treasury policy going to that meeting. So that one might be pushed to the new triennium. We've got the risk register attached, and a section around the enterprise risk update. So as discussed in the last meeting, we plan on having a full workshop session with the new council, starting from what is risk, what are the risk categories, what's the framework, and what's the risk appetite of the committee and the council. So we'll defer that conversation to that. I've asked Julie and Ingrid to come up to present or to provide some high-level commentary on the sections that they've included into report.
Okay. Now, number of items here. I think we deal with them one at a time, a risk register and anything in relation to the enterprise risk update before we go on to Treasury and others. Are there any points or any questions of clarification from the committee in relation to 3.2 risk register and 3.3 enterprise risk update? I might just kick off a small one here on 3.3 with the risk register. I think importantly that in the new triennium, when the new council is being workshopped, some of the big priorities are going to be around the council setting risk priorities and risk appetite. And without those, you don't really get a good overview of what it is we're trying to achieve within that register. So that's going to be a very important part of the what I call the triennially updated risk register, and of course the prioritising and quantifying of what that actually means going forward. Petra, I think you had a...
Yes, thank you. It's just one individual item in the risk register, which is the ERP project, and it's really just an observation around getting a bit more information around that in future reports. It strikes me that that's, as a project, it's something that is relatively high risk, and it's one that I think that this committee should probably have eyes over as it's going on, just to make sure that it's that it's remaining on track and that we get an early warning if there are any particular risks associated with that one.
Thanks very much for that, Petra. In fact, that's a great segue into a conversation that I had this week with the team. I think that I was provided an update in anticipation of at the next risk and assurance meeting, which I think is going to be in September. There is actually going to be a full update on the ERM project. What I found very gratifying was that the project, in terms of the modules that have been determined, signed, and there's going to be some timetable actions. I think in terms of timing, in terms of giving this committee some comfort, Emmeline, in a nutshell, I think we found that things were really looking to be almost ahead of time in terms of some of the implementation and timings, and it's quite a good forum just to give a sort of a segue into what that update in September is going to look like. But I think you had some very good news this week from yourself and Brian and Laura, Laura Stewart and Brian Elliott, in giving me that update. I think it would be quite good just to give a very, very brief couple of minutes confidence on the ERM project.
Chair, I'll give you a quick summary. I think I'm certainly not going to commit to things being ahead of time in a public forum. It's a bit too early for a detailed schedule, but the project's progressing very well, particularly from a scope, schedule, budget and resourcing point of view. The CRM module, we're currently this week and next week and the week after going through detailed workshops with all the subject matter experts. The budget's looking very, very good. The detailed schedule is really coming together. So we're looking to, certainly CRM will be live by the end of this calendar year. I'll probably give you, what I propose is we'll give you a detailed update at the next committee meeting, if that's okay. And we'll have Laura Stewart, who's the programme manager, and Brian Elliott on site for that meeting as well.
And I'm pretty confident that will give you a lot of confidence in terms of some of these things and some of these big questions, which with any ERP system, the big questions are often, are we on our own or are we following where somebody else is doing all the teething problems? There are a number of councils that are at various stages of the sort of modules we're considering, and we're going to be able to ride very nicely off the back of their experiences, so that we don't see the what has happened globally and in New Zealand with implementations of ERP systems, which is they can become quite a nightmare, and the single thing that keeps people up at night. So I was very, very happy ahead of this meeting to just have that heads up this week.
Just one comment, which is oddly in the same section of the report. There's a reference to the development of the cybersecurity strategy, and I'd just like to observe that it's really important that those two actually go hand in hand. It's when you've got new projects being implemented, it's very easy for the cybersecurity policy to overlook that and focus on the existing rather than the new. So just making sure that those are done in tandem. Thank you.
Right, now, in terms of 3.4, the risk and insurance meeting with Aon, are there any points of clarification, questions? Yes, Leslie.
Yeah, thank you. Just on page 12, the bullet point of constructive contracts insurance. Can someone just refresh me what was talked about on that bullet point? So I'm assuming that they are saying council should not accept the liability cap used by contractors. So have we been doing that?
No, excuse me, not necessarily, but it was just a statement that, you know, a lot of contracts pre-specify a cap, and we shouldn't necessarily run with that, particularly if it's a big contract. So it was really just a reminder, because it was a group of us councils all together, so it was fairly high level, but they were going through things that they'd observed and, you know, saying to us, look, you should be looking at that, or don't do that. And this was one where apparently it's increasingly common now for them to try and specify a cap on their liability, and they're saying don't run with that, you know, talk to us if that happens, and don't necessarily accept it.
Okay, can I just ask a supplementary about that, working
yes,
with
please.
contractors? So like in the instance that we have a contractor and the contractor's work is faulty, which delays the project being done, do they continue to bill us for that if they are at fault? Because time is money, you know, let alone the delivery of the service.
I think in the past where we've had some delays, we look to understand what is the contributing factors to the delays, and if it is the contractors at fault, we tend to try and have a conversation with them to understand what are the factors that need to mitigate. Also think about the workforce that's involved in and whether we have other work that we would use them for, to keep our, if the local people out of work, we try and give them other work to do whilst they carry on, but we don't pay for any of that extra time.
And in terms of who's overseeing the contractors and their outputs in the right time frame with the right budget, do we have a dedicated person from council that reviews all of that? Because it seems to be an area of concern and cost for council.
We have multiple people that work through as project managers who have responsible for the ultimate delivery of the projects. They're working with the contractors. There's a bit more that we could do in the contract management space around what are the legal requirements or legal avenues that we have. But I think, there does need to be some more work, and then probably needs to be a bit more work in actually nailing down the schedules correctly to start with. So baselining a more realistic timeline for delivery, because a lot of them, it's part of a learning experience, right? There are things that crop up that weren't considered, and so part of implementing the EPMO and that sort of structure creates a learning at the end of it so that we can better improve future projects.
Thank you. I've got an issue that I can take offline later.
Okay.
Thanks.
Are there any other points around the insurance that... I just had one which was, and I've been sitting in on quite a number of insurance and Aon presentations with other councils, and there's been some general themes coming through in the insurance world, and two that I was aware of in terms of cyber. I understood that that cyber insurance has perversely got cheaper than rather than become more expensive over the course of the last 12 to 18 months, where it had almost got to a point where people were questioning, could we actually afford to insure it? And there's been some broader positive moves in terms of premium around that. The other is, and I noted the statement that Aon is, my question is, has Aon been asked by the council management to assist this council in targeting sort of more, should we say, assets and activities for insurance? And I'm thinking here of parametric insurance, which I take as being where you are more specific in the insurance cover that you're requiring. And I know that we often talk about exclusions and saying, well, look, we'll exclude these components in order to focus what it is we're actually insuring and what we're actually insuring them for. I mean, is that something that Aon assists the team in fine-tuning, what it is exactly that we're going to cover? There will be some assets that we possibly don't actually require to be insured because they may not be, they may have a classification in our opinion that are going to be far more, shall we say, balance sheet orientated as opposed to impacting on the activities of the council.
In short, the answer is probably yes. So we're doing a loss modelling piece of work with Aon to identify what assets or what areas of assets are at risk. The next step is understanding what are the critical assets within that area, and then what are the assets that we don't determine as being critical, and then you can have some more decisions around how do you insure those. So there is work going on in relation to that, and from working with BOPLAS and Aon, we'll be looking at some consistent approaches across the Bay of Plenty councils for it.
And I, in terms of that work, would I be right in thinking that when the new council meets in the new training, and those conversations around the risk register, risk and council's risk appetite, they will dovetail into some of these conversations and strategies around insurance?
It should flow through the rest of the organisation and everything you do. So if you set risk appetite on a specific area as being, quite low,
yes,
then that should enable that area to function a lot more fluidly. Where you've got a high risk concern, different approach, different processes.
Thanks. Petra?
Just a couple of pieces of information for you, which might just help to clarify the background to 2 points you made. Firstly, in relation to parametric insurance, just what it is, which is it's not about what you're insuring, but how you claim on it. It's not really a fundamental change. So essentially, it means that if you insure something for, say, flood damage, rather than having a flood and then having to formally make a claim, there's basically an automated process which there's a flood, that automatically triggers the cover. You don't have to do anything. It's just paid automatically. So it doesn't affect what you insure. It's just how the coverage is triggered. So that's the real distinction with parametric insurance.
Does that limit you to if you had specified flood?
Yep.
And in the event is non-flood?
Depends on the insurance.
I guess this is where I'm coming from.
In that scenario, what you would probably do is, if you were insuring a particular asset, you would insure that asset for all the risks that you wanted to insure it for. Some of those risks may be amenable to parametrics. Basically, typically you tether it to the Met Service information about weather, and so certain risks would trigger an automatic payment, other risks wouldn't. So it can be tied in with ordinary insurance. So the only other point I was just going to make, you mentioned reducing cyber premiums. There are kind of two markets in cyber. In the SME space, prices are going down. For larger organisations, the pricing is much more dependent on the risk management posture of the organisation, and so you find that that's much more variable depending on the organisation.
Yep. Thank you, Petra. Just moving to 3.5. Oh, sorry, Mayor Luca. Yep. So 3.5, which is the credit rating. Are there any, Mayor Luca? You've got a.
Yeah, I mean, 18 councils have had their credit rating reduced by a notch.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of them we still don't really know. That's correct? I mean, including ourselves.
Yeah, so that's a process. It's a general staggered renewal process that happens every year. And so what we're highlighting here is that Standard & Poor's, who are one of the credit raters, have looked at 18 councils so far and reduced their credit rating.
So,
We're with Fitch, and I guess a bit further down in that section, we highlighted that we're about to embark on the credit rating review process. I can let you know that we had our first introductory meeting. It was more like an interview earlier this week for an hour and a half with Fitch. They asked a whole bunch of questions around financial performance, financial position, forecasts, a lot of commentary around local water's done well. And if you look at some of the rationale for the reduction in the credit ratings by Standard & Poor's, a lot of it is to do with the impacts of Three Waters reform. So we're hoping to work through that process with Fitch over the next couple of weeks.
yeah, so on the basis of the fact that they've reviewed 18 and 18 have had their credit ratings reduced a notch, it's
Yes.
likely, therefore, that we could end up with a reduction of a notch, and what impact would that have on interest rates?
The notch a reduction would...
If we got a
would have
reduction in a notch like the others,
Yeah, it would impact our margins. So you'd be paying more for paying more interest.
by
I'm not
I'm
too
just not sure what a
the
notch
basis
is worth.
point-
I can probably give you an idea on that one.
Okay.
Firstly, the 18 downgrades, were, as I say, Standard & Poor's, and we have two rating agencies at work within the New Zealand local government sector. We're with Fitch. Fitch have not made the same, what I call institutional notch downgrade that Standard & Poor's have made. That's not to say they won't. And I think at the moment that what I've seen from the Fitch reviews is that they haven't made too many changes in relation to rating agencies that they have been rating. They haven't quite come down with the same hammer that Standard & Poor's has. But to answer your question, Mayor Luca, if we were to be downgraded from AA- to single A+, it would result in about a 5 basis point change in our cost of fund margins, about 5 basis points. So that's, it's marginal, but we would go to another category with LGFA. At the moment, we're in their AA- category, and our pricing is in relation to that. If we were to be downgraded to single A+, which is still incidentally a very, very high credit rating, it would probably result in marginal, and that would only impact us on our new borrowings. It doesn't impact you on your existing, because you've already achieved those.
Yep, I mean, Standard & Poor's spoke at the LG&Z conference, and one of the things that for the those downgradings is elevated policy uncertainty. So
Yes.
Three Waters RMA reform and Crown grants is what they cited, but that's not us doing it. It's being sort of done to us.
Indeed. And it's really the affordability. So, the thing to focus on, is going to be the rating agencies love the fact that councils can essentially tax to accommodate debt and debt servicing. And so what they will look at is as a hedgeway into your conversations is that they'll look really closely at the management of the deficit that is forecast and how that is being attended to over the next year or two.
Yeah, to add to that, they did talk quite a bit about the deficit we planned in the long-term plan, and also, what we were doing about it. They'd read annual plan documents and workshop reports, and identified that we were planning to reduce the term by 10 down to 10 years, and have made reductions which they were very complimentary of. So, it is a key focus for them.
Yep. And further, when we talk about the Treasury report, I'll cover off a couple of things and a couple of questions that I have around the way that's changing in terms of what that deficit's looking like in future years. Yes, Wilson.
Yeah, in your discussions with the rating agencies, Bevan, are they indicating at all about a concern with all councils, the way all councils are sort of handling their debt, or are they quite au fait with?
We didn't really talk about all of the councils. So the first meeting was more about us. How are we going at the moment? There'll be future meetings with them where when they start to give us a bit of a feel around what their view of our rating is. That's when you start to compare with other councils and how they've rated others in the past. So I don't know what their view is. We've got from Standard & Poor's what their thinking is.
Mr Chair, just on that, I mean, sector-wide debt has increased quite a bit across all councils over the last 10 years. So, not just us.
Oh, totally. I mean, really, they're looking at the whole sector, and they see it as a they make often what's called an institutional call if they feel that the sector is under pressure, and as I've pointed out, it's the broad affordability of infrastructure that is currently being considered by rating agencies. So that is very much across the board. Any more on the credit rating? So we now move to the 3.6 Treasury, that was very good comprehensive report, and I'd just like to thank you for what I see as improved transparency coming through, especially in the appendix. It's very, very helpful. Really helpful to see the updating forecast on debt and how that impacts going forward in terms of debt forecasting. Of course, it's really important for interest rate risk management, and I'll wait until the end, but I've just got a couple of points of clarification and questions at the end. But is there anybody that have some points of clarification? Petra.
It's on page 14. The debt increased by 20 million. So 10 million of that was used to maintain liquidity requirements. I'd just like to understand a little bit about that. Is that just a short-term liquidity issue where there's an expectation that will be repaid in a relatively short term, or is that essentially funding for current expenditure?
We do from time to time just have a gap, particularly just before the quarterly rates take. So we'll often pick up a very short term, say 10 days facility with ANZ where we can see our 20th payments are going to occur before the rates income comes in. So we do from time to time use ANZ for that purpose, but yeah, they're generally very short term.
Okay, that's great, thank you.
Yeah, it's about definitely short-term timing differences. Right, I'll perhaps if I could go to the appendix, and I'll have to find this. Here we go. If we look at the
46 onwards.
yeah, the page 46 onwards, and I like the fact that we're seeing the management forecast, which is obviously updating live where management see debt travelling, as you say, and in terms of page 47, we see what that looks like in comparison to what was the outset of the LTP 2434. And as you can see quite clearly there, we're not spending as rapidly as we anticipated. And that's predominantly going to be just in terms of timing around capital projects. But that, of course, it does impact, and it impacts on your cost of funds. Now, what I thought was interesting, and I appreciated very much having this here, and maybe you can I did not put the page. Perhaps Bevan, you could. The page which had the schedule where you were comparing the LTPs and the new impact to cost of funds. That is 47. I must have just gone far past that, been a little bit blind. No, it was the grid where you showed where there was some, as you say, some improvement to the deficit in terms of cost of funds.
Could be back up in the report here. Is it back up on page 16?
I went, yep.
Or, sorry, 15, possibly. 15 or 16.
No. It was, I mean, I could see on page, on item 3.6, where, and this is on page 16, where you're showing that finance costs, I think, for next year, you're anticipating they're going to be about half, 633,000 less. I'd be correct in that assumption.
Yep.
So that's going to be an immediate contribution, shall we say, to the forecast deficit. The borrowings, you're indicating that we will have about roughly $3.5 million worth of borrowings, less than we anticipated in terms of the updated rolling. Now, if we look below and we see in the grid which has financial year, June, that's the for LTP, you've got your total cost of funds, you've got your LTP forecast cost of funds, So that's your update. Which one is which? Is the LTP forecast cost of funds the new management, or is it the old?
The FY average, I think.
But that is a rolling average. When I say that, that is updated. That is your current best guess at where you see. And when we look at the difference, which is
You're still on
the
page
current
16, are you?
LTP. Sorry?
Are you still on 16?
Absolutely.
Yeah, the bottom table.
So if we look at the table, just before you get to 3.7 internal audit program, if you look at that table, this was what I wanted to just get a little bit more clarification for people, just so that they understand what some of these figures mean and just how important that actually is. My interpretation of this, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that on the end column with difference to the current LTP, that is telling us what you currently are estimating the change in debt and the change in updated forecast cost of funds. That is the result on how that's going to impact the operating surplus stroke deficit of those years. So we're looking at, for FY25, we're looking for a $791,000 improvement this year. Next year, we're looking at almost 1.5 million of an improvement to what we've said would be our deficit, and so on. Am I right in that assumption, Bevan?
Yeah.
That's really, I put this here because I think it's really important as you have that intuitive understanding of what this means going forward and what you can expect in terms of performance, and not only for the performance of this year and how we're tracking, but how it's looking for next year. So this is only looking at debt and cost of funds. This doesn't include other things that management are doing, in terms of wages. I mean, you're going to get all that in the, and you will have all of that in the draft annual plan. But I think this is really good to see, because it is going to make a difference. It's already made, we're already tracking $6.5 million better than what we thought with the original LTP. And I thought it was really worthwhile just bringing that into the open today. And I've asked for this to be a regular thing in the Treasury report. I think it'll be a really good thing, not only for this committee, but I think it's a really good thing for council to see this, especially in your finance and performance committee, because it does give you that. It just gives you a little bit of a roadmap as councillors. I'll move on to 3, if there's no other questions about Treasury. Yes.
Well, just on that, for a certain project that now is not going ahead, is that likely to have a positive influence on this because it's borrowings we're not doing? I'm just trying to get a feel for it.
Depends on whether the funding for that project came from debt or a reserve.
It was borrowed off a fund, right? I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, I wouldn't mind getting a feel for that.
Borrowing, yes.
These are currently being looked at in terms of impacts and treatments, and it's a question that's being asked of Audit New Zealand as well. So
okay.
we're don't have the answer for you on that one.
Okay, no, fine, thanks.
Yes, Wilson.
Just on page 51, your list of loans and deposits. Under you've got interest rates and then margin. So do I take it that that margin is included in the interest rate, or it's the interest rate plus margin, which would mean that 5.58 becomes 6.3 something. Am I?
I'll have to have a look at that one a bit more.
I think I've had a look at that actually, Wilson. If we go back to that chart that we were just discussing, where we looked at the change in those funding costs, those have taken into consideration, firstly, the reforecast debt. They've also taken into consideration that the interest rates have changed. And when we talk about changing interest rates, we're not just talking about the OCR, we're talking about what I call the 10-year yield curve. That has been updated. And also, there is the assumption on what this council pays as a margin. And that has been updated as well. And I think, correctly if I'm wrong, we generally use a weighted average of 80 basis points for that in order to determine cost of funds. Bevan?
Yeah, I'm just looking at that. So that's a list of the items and the facilities. So when you borrow from LGFA, you get a note, and you have fixed rate or floating rates. What that's highlighting there is, if it's a bond, it has an interest rate. If it's a note, it has a margin on it. The different margins, and I guess goes to the point the chair was talking about earlier around a credit rating downgrade. It'll just change what that margin fee is, or margin amount is, but it won't impact your other ones. So this is an indication of what the market was like at the time versus and how it applied to our credit rating. So some of the ones that you will see that were prior to us receiving a credit rating may have higher margins than what they do now.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make though is the margin included in that interest rate? That's part of the interest.
Well, inherently, but it'll be included in there, but they're quite different. So the fixed rate bond is different to the floating rate note, so it's a different instrument.
If I could answer your question, if you do a fixed rate bond with the LGFA, that is it. That is all inclusive. If you do a floating rate note because you're doing your own interest rate risk management, you will pay them what is the 90-day bank bill rate plus a margin. Yep. And that margin, we always need to make an assumption around and include. So when management look at a snapshot of your funding costs, they will look at how much of our funding is done and has already been done with a fixed rate bond, because we know the answer to that in terms of all up cost. How much is floating? We're going to have to add that margin to the 90-day bank bill rate, and we're seeing where that's tracking, and that's what we're determining, and we will be adding that to that. So that's a sort of a very a quick way that it's calculated.
I think when LGFA was first set up, they only issued floating rates, and then over time they started to issue fixed rate bonds.
LGFA, all it does in the market is issue fixed rate bonds to the market, pretty much. And then they do a transaction with the New Zealand, they used to do it with the New Zealand government, but now they do it with banks, which is they then make that floating rate so that councils can borrow floating rate off them. but they do offer to councils the ability to have fixed rate as well. So, that's.
I'll try to be brief this time, Mr. Chairman. In regard to your comment before on the chart of page 16, where you said that chart emphasises the savings in the cost of borrowings, the 1.2% savings we've made recently, and we're going to apply to the drop to the deficit, to reduce the deficit by that 1.2%. Will this change this chart again, or is that already built into it?
That should be already built into it. So when we prepare the financials for the annual plan, we look at the overarching assumptions, which is the inflation and forecast interest rates. This will be what you're seeing in here coming through as well.
Thank you.
So they're together.
Okay, are there any other points on 3.6 Treasury? Now we 3.7 internal. I guess we're now moving to the internal audit program update. Would you like to give that an update?
Yeah, I'll get Ingrid to speak to that.
Ingrid, thank you.
Morena, everybody. So as part of the internal audit program, we came to the committee and highlighted 4 key areas that we wanted to audit. We have completed one of those audits, and I brought that to the committee the previous meeting. So we have now 3 to go. As part of the procurement policy update that we brought to council and was adopted, that sort of set the groundwork for the procurement framework and policy and process alignment review. At this time, we are requesting approval to sort of put a halt on our internal audit program to focus on our both internal and audit recommendations, which I will be bringing to you in the public excluded section of the meeting, due to resource, and we want to try and get as many of those ticked off as we can.
If I can add to that as well, so you'll get a bit better feel for the list of recommendations from internal and external audits through the forthcoming reports.
Yep.
But even with the internal audit review that we presented to the community, to the committee at the last meeting, they all come with recommendations. And so what we'd like to do is provide a timeline to implement those recommendations before we start moving on to looking at something else, which is just going to create a bunch of recommendations. So we just want to get progress in towards improving the organisation.
Yeah, so after the break, we'll be having the presentation from Audit New Zealand and also management's response in relation to the report to the governors from Audit New Zealand. Now, within all of that, there's going to be a lot more scope for us to tie those things together, and I think that will be the good place to have those conversations around the way that the internal audit timetable is going to work in this organisation going forward, and the prioritisation. So, if I just make that observation, yes, Leslie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Morning, ladies. I don't know if this is the right place to bring this up, but and I know we've got Audit New Zealand coming in next. But what priority is being placed on us internally looking at our debt from the airport and the Crown? Because I would not like that one to be on pause. At 1.6 million
Yeah.
sitting on our, non-rates debtors, to me, that should be the highest priority. So not sure if that's a Bevan question or a lady's question.
Yeah, that's my question, and that's one of the reasons why it's on our action register. So the completion of the annual report for the airport triggers the release of the funds from Ministry of Transport. It will only trigger the 2019 release of funds, and that's with Audit New Zealand as the auditor. From 2020 onwards, we have a different auditor, and so once we get 2019 out of the way, we will be scheduling some engagement with the new auditor and try and nail them all down at once, so that we can get access to that funds.
Okay, so are we prepared? So as soon as 2019's done and we've got the new orders from 20 to 2024, are we like, that's just a tick box exercise, or we've got masses of work,
No,
backlog work?
we have all of those annual reports in draft format ready to go.
Okay, so it should be a tick box.
It should be. We need to wait for the, resourcing and availability of the new auditor once Audit New Zealand signs off the current one. We have monthly meetings with the Ministry of Transport in order to progress as well.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor Luca.
I'm not sure if you can answer this, but given what was observed recently with some of the procurement, where there's an estimate and the actual value ends up much higher, what comfort can we have that the change of a procurement policy will really remedy that kind of overshoot? Maybe it's too much into the nitty-gritty, but I view that as quite a serious issue, and we wouldn't want to be repeating any of it.
Yeah, I think that's a combination of a number of things, and I think improvements to project management, asset management, and I guess the creation of the procurement advisory panel, which is now in place, has a membership of 3 exec. They'll be asking those types of questions when the procurement comes across the table as well.
Okay, thank you.
That 1.6.
Sorry, Gavin. Petro.
Thank you. Just in relation to the recommendation around deferring the internal audit work, I mean, I think we can't really make a decision on that until I think we've spoken to the external auditors shortly, and we should defer our decision until that point. But my general take is that if there is very little point in doing audits unless you do something with the information, and so if obviously, ideally, you would be doing both, but if there are limited resources, then I think the airport is a very good example of an outstanding item that's been outstanding for a long time. It's important. It matters, focusing on actually implementing audit recommendations, I think, has got to be a priority.
Thank you. That 1.6 million, is that just for the 2019 year, and there's another 1.6 for each year following, or that's from 2019 through to now?
Cumulative.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Any other points? Look, I'll move that the public minutes of the Risk and Assurance, that the Risk and Assurance Committee receive the Risk and Assurance Update Report for June 2025. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, John. And all those in favour? Against? Carried. I think that now would be a very good time to stop for a break. We're going to, after the break, have a pretty big session with Audit New Zealand and that report. So I think if we break now, it is 10 past 10. We'll come back at, I think, 25 past 10. It's 15 minutes.
Audit's expected at 10:30.
Oh, at 10:30. So we'll be back for a 10:30 start, and we might need more than 15 minutes for a cup of coffee, I think. Thanks, everybody. Sarah, can you? Welcome back, everybody. We're now item 7.2, and we'll be welcoming Audit New Zealand very shortly. I'll pass it on to Bevan to do the introductions and move on to the report to the governors from Audit New Zealand.
Thank you. Kia ora, Nishant. So we've got Nishant from Audit New Zealand online and Anton online as well. We have Lainey, Sarah and Julie to support the paper and conversations as well. I'll hand over to Sarah to introduce the report.
Thank you, Bevan. Morena koutou. So the purpose of this morning's report is for the Risk and Assurance Committee to receive the report to governors from Audit New Zealand. Sorry,
is your green light on there, Sarah?
Yes, it is. Yep. Sorry, I just had to bring it closer. Is that
lovely.
better?
That's better. Thanks very much.
No problem. So as I was saying, the purpose of this morning's report is to receive Audit New Zealand's report to governors, which is on the 2023-24 financial year. We take the report as read and its associated appendix. I will now pass back to the Chair to open for discussion, and as noted, we have with us this morning Nishant, who was our Audit Manager during our audit for last year, and also Anton as well, who is our new Audit Director for this coming year. So welcome to you both, and thank you for joining us.
Great. I'll pass the baton, if I could, on to Audit New Zealand. So Anton and Nishant, if you could please walk us through your report. Walk us through, please, some of the really material things that you want to bring to the governors and public's attention, and we'll see how discussions progress.
Good morning, everybody. I do apologise for not having my camera on. I'm actually being booked off sick, so I don't think you want to see me in this state. But I think that the key points I just want to raise is, if you looked at the risk areas, with the fair value of assessment of assets, the capitalisation of work risk of management override, we were comfortable with where we landed, and there was nothing that we wanted to bring to your attention. Non-current asset held for sale, Bunyan Road as well, we're quite happy where the treatment and disclosures were at. The other one that was a bit interesting is the investment in the boat harbour, and we were quite happy with the disclosures and treatment that were included. And it's the same with the valuation of investment property. I just do want to highlight there were some unadjusted errors, which will flow through into the current year, and we'll just have to work through with management and that just what the impact is on the current year. The other area I just did want to highlight, there's two areas, but the first area is there's still quite a number of open items from prior years, and I know we're at June now, so it's just something you want to get down. You don't want to have too many open issues keep rolling forward. I know some of the stuff is in relation to things inherent in your FMIS system, and I know there is a project to replace that, so I think a lot of those will be cleared off most probably in about maybe 26, 27. Bevan can just jump in when he thinks that will be completed, but yeah, I think that is just something as a governing body you want to make sure are closed off. The other one, which we all know about, was there was a delay in the adoption of the accounts. So that did, that did cause, some extra costs, which we're busy working through with the OAG to see so they can moderate that so we can come back to management and negotiate a fee covering. Those were the key points. If there's anything else, I'm happy to take questions. And Nishant,
How are you?
if there's any details required.
Right, I'll open it up to the committee. Yes, Leslie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Anton and Hishant, and ladies at the table. Anton, thanks for that summary, which was really good. My question to you in terms of our previous issues that haven't been resolved yet, is that normal for most councils to have a little bit of carryover that are due to like technology and system stuff rather than failure of service?
Yeah, there will always be, especially with some of the, if you have a bit of an older, maybe, I say older, maybe, I don't know if that's the right word, but not the, when you're getting into implementing a new system, that some of the stuff, there's that cost benefit of when do you fix it now or just put it as part of a new one and live with the risk. But if you just look in general, there's, other than that, there is a lot of other items that is not really system, FMIS, the financial management system related, which I think could be done.
All right, thank you.
Do I have any other questions, observations? Maybe I'll kick off with a couple of observations. So just back to your comment on the unadjusted items, that we're not yet sure of what the impact's going to be for this year, but are they predominantly balance sheet or are they P&L items?
A bit of both, but normally it will, if they wash out, sometimes they wash out through the P&L. So if there's any other adjustments, unadjusted errors that maybe go the same way, then you could start tipping towards materiality and where some stuff has to be adjusted rather than unadjusted.
Yeah, I'm thinking of any nasty surprises and impact to the council's deficit. That you
at this point, I mean, the net impact last year was, it would have actually, it could have about a 400,000 impact on the P&L this year.
Negative impact.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Sorry, Nishant, you were closer to these details, but it looks like we said they should have reduced expenses overall by a net of 429.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good heads up. Thanks very much. I think when I look at the prior year recommendations and I think of some of those recommendations, I tend to sort of focus on the red and the orange. I tend to focus predominantly on urgent and necessary. We've got a new urgent, but what I'm mostly concerned about is the fact that we had 24 previous necessary recommendations. Adding to that, that's net. That's net of those that have been dealt with or closed off. And we have 3 new. And we've got 25. It's a big number. So I'm trying to get a feel here for your views in relation to the progress being made on those. And I know like many councils, systems are now sort of changing and going into some form of change. I mean, we're going to have, with the new ERP project, we're going to have, a new CRM. We're going to have a new finance, property and rates module. Yes, they're going to take some time to be implemented and be up and running. But I mean, how much of those, shall we say, those 25 necessary recommendations of yours are perhaps linked significantly to ERP systems, in terms of information and quality of information? And I mean, do you have a feel for that? Is that are we going to see that a number of those issues will go away, or are we seeing some that are habitually there and you've got concerns over?
So if I'm...
Oh, sorry, Nishant, yeah.
If I may, Chair, thank you for the question. So I think just to sort of answer it from our perspective, I will just start by saying that 2024 has sort of been a very full-on year for the council. So at the beginning of the year, we were busy with the previous year accounts, and with the LTP sort of coming on and our planning and interim. So pretty much most of last year, I think we were sort of engaged with the council in sort of completing the LTP, the current year audit and the previous year audit. And the current year audit has also sort of come into these first 6 months of FY25 as well. So I think from our perspective, jumping from one audit to another, we believe management has made some effort to, we have noticed some improvements in the process with some of the findings. So we believe sort of more time is needed for council to implement the findings that we have proposed. And to answer your second question, with the implementation of a new ERP system, you will find that some of the findings that we have will be addressed through that. And I believe if you look at the urgent findings, we have some findings around the PPE and the general audit preparedness process and some Three Waters evaluation. So with an updated system, there is a good scope of some of those to be addressed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say there's some things that, like things like super user access, high number staff, you want to limit, that. So I'm not sure if that's part of the new system, and also the network and Ozone user accounts that should implement that. But there's other things here that have been open for a number of years, like general ledger reconciliations since 2018. Just think of why those are late and how can you complete those more timely. I would think that's quite important to me.
Okay, I note that a number of management comments, in fact on nearly all management comments on a lot of recommendations, is that these recommendations will be put through an action register for implementation. I might suggest that action register dovetails into the discussed internal audit program, and we consolidate all of that as a plan ahead of the anticipated workshops that have been discussed to have with the new council. But I think this is something that would be good to have at this next, at the last risk and assurance meeting for the year. If I could please ask that we will have that as an agenda item.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just clarify, is that a specific action for management to take away to bring to the next meeting the action register and how we plan to integrate that with our internal audit plan?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Said much better than I did. Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Bevan? Sorry.
I do have a comment, Chair.
Yes.
I just want to thank Lenny, Sarah, Bevan, and the finance team. We just want to take this opportunity to sort of say thank you. The audit process has been long, but management did sort of work with us to resolve any queries and any other questions that we had. So just wanted to take this opportunity to thank each one of them for engaging with us in a very positive manner and helping us sort of get this audit to completion.
Thank you, Nishan. And if I could finish with, could I ask Audit New Zealand to do best endeavours in terms of your conversations with the Office of the Auditor General in relation to moderation of the additional costs associated with the audit, mindful of last year's structural changes that created significant congestion to and stress and pressure on both Audit New Zealand and on councils in relation to the LTP, the government making certain changes, the fact that we do find ourselves at the bottom of the pecking order in relation to audits, given that the government like to have the government departments audited first, and local government gets a sort of a second cabs off the rank. Where I think there will be a conversation that we'd like to have in terms of the planning of this year's audit and the program. It won't be it's probably going to be an item that we'll be needing to discuss at the next risk and assurance meeting, because as you say, it's the end of the month. And can I ask what date you're anticipating coming into council for the final audit at this stage?
Yeah, it's the sorry, I did have it here. So also, it's in September. Oh, where's my dates here? Also 22nd of September. So it is tight. But we have planned with management. We've done an interim already. That's gone reasonably well. And then we are, even in the team has started work on the reevaluations. I think they're just waiting for the peer reviewer to finish the work. And so we're trying to get a lot of that big stuff done prior to that final audit.
Okay. I'm just thinking of that, and I'm thinking that is extraordinarily tight, given that we're already kind of have been and are still behind the eight ball on a number of things that we need to get right. Could I ask, do we have a date at the moment where council's anticipated to adopt the annual
31st of October.
Sorry?
31st of October.
31 October.
Statutory deadline.
Okay, now, how does that work with regard to the elections, please? If you could tell me how... So that's going to be the very first thing a new council's going to be doing.
2 weeks in.
2 weeks in, no warning, no prior, unless you all get back in. It's I guess I probably do need to ask this question. I mean, that's an extraordinarily tight time frame, and it's going to be a tight time frame just to have an opinion from Audit New Zealand and being able to then have that adoption done. Is there any chance we can have an earlier start time from Audit New Zealand? Because it just does seem to me that it's quite a stress. It's an extraordinarily stressful period for both yourselves and for management here to get this thing done within a month, because the track record of the last 3 years is not good. And to my mind, I'm looking at a fail here. I'm looking at that we will not meet the statutory requirement. And should we not be putting some? Should this council currently be putting the DIA and the government of that is the body responsible for that particular regulation on notice that on the basis of our audit timetable, there's a very good chance that this council will not adopt by the 31st of October.
I mean, Mr. Chair, even to adopt on the 31st of October, 2 weeks into a new triennium with possibly a new table or whatever, is absurd, actually. I mean, those people, any new people, will not have time to digest any of it.
But we've done it before. We're just going to have to do it again.
Can I make a comment? Elections have always been in October. Statutory deadline has always been 31st of October. And councils go through this every 3 years and they still manage to adopt. The process we need to go through, though, is more engagement through drafting the annual report, so there is confidence in the process. There's a record trail that gives the new council, no matter how much change has been involved, that there is confidence in the documentation and the process that the organisation's gone through. I'm aware that in the past this organisation struggled to meet annual report deadlines, and I just want to acknowledge that history up front. But I want to give you confidence in the steps we've taken to change that trajectory this year. So we've front-loaded a number of complex and historically time-consuming elements of the annual report process, and Anton's touched on one of those, which is the infrastructure evaluations. We're front-loading some of the stuff around Boat Harbour, which you've got a report on today, and we're doing some work on closed landfill provisions. So addressing those early means we're not leaving those major work streams to the tail end, which has previously put us at risk of non-compliance. In addition, I guess I'm bringing the experience from the local government sector and finance to the table, ensuring that we're improving our planning and coordination and oversight across the entire reporting process. I'll be frank, our annual report model's built in Excel, and it has received little investment over the years. And so while it served its purpose, we recognise that there is a real need for improvement. And we're planning some real targeted enhancements to strengthen the accuracy and efficiency for this year's annual report process. The QA involved previously was significant, and Nishant can attest to that. Was one of the reasons why we had to delay the adoption from December. So we're trying to get all of that sort of stuff out of the way. And I think lastly, one of the most critical success factors for an annual report adoption is the working relationship between the CFO and the council and the auditors. So we've got some really open, constructive relationships. Anton and I go back for a number of years, and we're fully aligned on the outcomes that we're working towards. So that partnership's going to be instrumental in ensuring we stay on track to meet the statutory deadlines. You know, best endeavours, something could always crop up, but we're reasonably confident that we can meet that deadline if we follow a good process.
Thanks, Bevan, and that's a great segue into giving us that confidence that we're on the improvement. My point is very much, and I'm totally aware of the cycle and the fact that it's always October, and yes, elections always the same time. It's the September 22 start date. When it just seems quite tight. And maybe if I could ask you this, over the last 3 years, have you been aware of many councils with such a late start date actually ever achieving, even without an election, the statutory adoption date? And my question is more, traditionally what's been the start date for this council to have audit coming in, looking at the draft annual report and beginning the final audit? September 22 seems a long way out in that sense. And that's my point, is there any way we can bring that into either early September or late August?
Yes, I do acknowledge it is tight, but we have had councils. There's a few councils that have made it, and it just really depends on how ready they are and the quality of the QAs. So based on what Bevan is saying, could I bring it earlier? If it was totally up to me, I would. But as you mentioned, I am competing with some other quite large entities. However, I will say is for the council to always be ready, because sometimes we do have other entities, for whatever reason the audit falls over and staff become available, that if something does come up, that we can get some people on the ground running a bit earlier. But I really can't get the staff to start any earlier. I'm trying to think historically. Nishant, you can maybe jump in, because I'm trying to think pre-COVID days, because COVID has sort of just dominated our world, unfortunately. But it was maybe, I'm trying to think, when I used to be on the ground, it was maybe mid-September, maybe early September. Yep. So it's maybe a week or two earlier start.
Okay.
But I don't ever remember starting the audit in August, Pakatani. Because then you're almost running over 2 months to get an audit done, and just think from a cost perspective, it just wouldn't have worked.
Fantastic. Thank you for the feedback. Much appreciated. That's been very helpful. Leslie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Gentlemen, I'm just wondering, DIA on the 30th of June are releasing council performance reports. Will they take all the data from what staff from councils provide, or do they take information from the audit reports?
Actually, I might have to get back to you and find out, because I don't have a direct line to the DIA. But yeah, I can come back to the committee through the chair with a response to that question.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
And just the last one from me. In terms of the qualification, and I'm thinking in terms of non-financial performance. So last year we had the Palmerston North City Council call centre issues in relation to us essentially failing on that score. From memory, we put in place and rectified the issue with that, but that it wasn't going to be cover the entire financial year, i.e. we were going to have about 1 to 3 months of this financial year that were going to continue to give us that timing difference on meeting that. Sarah, I think you've got an answer for me on that one?
Yes, thank you. So the change was implemented at a cutover date of the 1st of July 2024. So staff worked to address the change ahead of that, and then that cutover was made on the 1st of July 2024. So for this year, it should be resolved.
So we're not likely to get this qualification this year?
That is my understanding.
Fantastic, because I know that there had been a bit of warning that it might have come over, but yep, that's a good answer. Thank you very much indeed.
Sorry, Chair. Just in relation to that, yes, I'm working also on the assumption it's been resolved, but our opinion normally will still have a comment relating to the prior year comparatives.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lovely. Thanks very much. Thank you for that. Any further questions at all? Okay. I'm just thinking of time here at the moment and where we go from here. Look, I'd like to. I'll move that the Risk and Assurance Committee receive Audit New Zealand's report to the governors for the 2023-24 year. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Petra. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we're now moving to the public excluded part of the agenda, and so I need to call for a mover and a seconder resolution to exclude the public, that the Risk and Assurance Committee agree to the reasons listed within the agenda to exclude the public from the following parts of the proceedings of this meeting, namely, 1, the legal proceedings update report for June 2025. Secondly, the internal and external audit recommendations update for June 2025 report. 3, the Boat Harbour wind-up report, June 2025. And just before I go to the other recommendation, I'll just ask, do I have a mover? Thank you, Wilson. And second, thank you, Leslie. Now, are there any debate? I'll put that motion. All in favour? Aye. Against? That's carried. There's also a recommendation. I'll call for a mover and a seconder that Kristen Stastovich, I've probably made a meal of that, I'm so sorry, is our strategic advisor and contractor be permitted to attend the public excluded section of the meeting, and that's for item 2.3 because of knowledge in the matter under discussion, being the Boat Harbour wind-up. Put that motion. Do I have? Yes, John, thank you. And Wilson, thank you. All those in favour? And against? Thank you, that's carried. So right now the meeting is now going into public excluded.
Sorry, to the chair. Sorry, did you want me to stay and attend or?
Yes, he'll stay there for...
Yes, please.
Okay.
So before we
with my my governance consultant here, just before we all head off. No, but I was just thinking in terms of restate following. I just have to read that one out, and then we can finish with 2. Okay, I'll just. Oh yeah, thank you. I knew I was waiting for something. So back in public, I'll just restate following resolutions made within the public excluded section of the meeting, and that was that the Risk and Assurance Committee received the Boat Harbour Wind-Up June 2025 report, and that the Risk and Assurance Committee confirms that the report remains in public excluded and will be released to the public when the project is completed or unwound. Now that concludes our meeting, and I'll ask too if you'd like to close the meeting with karakia, please. Thanks, folks. This